Chapter 7:15. In the void, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Zhai Yao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger." Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness, as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy, and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Yang Kai feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the two of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the 1,000-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the two of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The 1,000-year demon flower stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had been teleported to. "Where are we?" Yang Kai asked quickly. "Star field." Zhai Yao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. "Star field?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. "Is that legend true?" "Of course it's true." Zhai Yao nodded firmly. "Most masters have heard of the rumors about the star field. Tongxian realm also has many products from the star field, but no one has ever been to the star field and seen what the star field is like. But who knows that the 1,000-year demon flower is the key to reaching the star field? Is this really the star field? Not a mysterious small world? Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical, mysterious small world. "Why would I lie to you?" Zhai Yao chuckled. "Teacher told me that this is the star field. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongxian realm we live in." Yang Kai looked down and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet, but from here, it was only the size of a fist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly. His mood inexplicably. "Why is it round?" Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongxian realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling worried. "I don't know," Yang Kai's words. As the two of them were talking though, their expressions suddenly changed and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Zhai Yao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Yang Kai to the side. In the next moment, two more people appeared from the void passageway. These two were the alchemists from the previous two teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these two alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. These two spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents, but because of the unique nature of alchemy, their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing two young men like Yang Kai and Zhai Yao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Zhai Yao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. "There's no need to fight with them." But Yang Kai was stunned. Zhai Yao laughed, "Because they're dead." Saying so, he turned to the other two and shouted, "Friends, you'd better summon your defensive artifacts quickly, otherwise you may die a miserable death." The two alchemists frowned when they heard this, but after seeing the situation in front of them, both of their eyes bulged as they fell into a daze. Neither of them knew that after coming out of the 1,000-year demon flower stamen, they would arrive in the middle of Star Field. The vast and endless abyss around them terrified them to the extreme. Before they could stabilize their minds, though, they felt an inexplicably powerful energy tearing at their bodies. Both of their faces changed greatly and no longer dared to hesitate, quickly summoning their most powerful defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Alchemists weren't poor, so their artifacts weren't bad either. Both of them had defensive artifacts of spirit grade mid-rank or high rank. This level of defensive artifact was enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a third-order transcendent master. However, in this star field, these artifacts could only delay their deaths. The inexplicable energy impacted their defensive artifacts, causing them to flicker, like candlelight in the midst of a storm, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. "Where are we?" one of them roared. Who knows? Zhai Yao wasn't going to kindly point them out and instead waved goodbye to them happily before leading Yang Kai away. The two alchemists glanced at each other but didn't dare to linger here. Just as they were about to return, the void corridor behind them suddenly closed. When they tried to search for Zhai Yao and Yang Kai again, they couldn't find them, causing their faces to go ashen and their eyes to fill with fear. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to hear a series of miserable screams. Looking back, he saw that the two men's corpses had been completely destroyed, even their defensive artifacts shattered into pieces, their flesh and blood flying in all directions at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be some kind of powerful energy shuttling through this star field. Yang Kai quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The outer layer of Zhai Yao's defensive artifact did show signs of being attacked, but since it was of a very high grade, there was no need to worry about it being broken through. The power of the star field isn't something we can withstand. Teacher almost died here that year. If he hadn't coincidentally brought along a defensive artifact, there wouldn't be the old man of Heaven's Keep today. Teacher said that to be able to withstand the power of the star field, one would need to have at least the strength of a second-order saint, or else they would need a defensive artifact of the same grade. Yang Kai nodded slightly, also feeling a little curious about this star field. He had never known that the legendary star field was actually so dangerous. Saying so, Zhai Yao's footsteps suddenly came to a stop and grinned. "Found it." Saying so, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A 1,000-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a 1,000-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void, but this 1,000-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. It's the real 1,000-year demon flower." Zhai Yao nodded lightly. In fact, the 1,000-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The 1,000-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tong Xian realm. It can absorb energy from Tong Xian realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the 1,000-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal-clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. "Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the 1,000-year demon flower, we can directly take them away. This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm." Zhai Yao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal-clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. "Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good." Zhai Yao chuckled. "When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share, but now it seems there are actually 2 more drops." "These 2 drops are yours," Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. "I don't need them," Zhai Yao shook his head. "We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the saint realm. As for me, I want to break through to the saint realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces." Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. "Then I won't be polite." Zhai Yao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the saint realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the saint realm, he had never relied on external forces. instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, "How do we go back now?" "There is a void corridor nearby that leads to Tongxian realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is, he told me to find it myself." Zhai Yao curled his lips. "But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back." "Why?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang." Zhai Yao said excitedly, "This is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Really?" Zhai Yao nodded seriously. "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Zhai Yao laughed dumbly. "There's no need to rush. With this saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait, I'll let the star field's power in so we can cultivate." Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 716. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Zhai Yao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. Could be said that Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Zhai Yao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Zhai, let's split up. I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little." In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Zhai Yao frowned and said, "It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a saint-grade defensive artifact? A saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above." "I think I probably won't need an artifact," Yang Kai said with a strange look. "What?" Zhai Yao clearly thought that he had misheard. "You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you?" "I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again," Yang Kai suggested. Zhai Yao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception." "I know." Yang Kai chuckled. "Then I'm going out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the range of Zhai Yao's artifact. In this star field, Yang Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Yang Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Zhai Yao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, "Monster!" He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. "How do you feel?" Zhai Yao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. "I feel it." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. "Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try?" "No need, I know my limits." Zhai Yao quickly refused. "Good, since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm first." "Good." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave." "Then you be careful, don't die." Zhai Yao said solemnly. "There's one more thing you need to know. The power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places, I'm afraid you'll really die." "There's such a place?" Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Zhai Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Yang Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Yang Kai was the adventurous type. "I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell, we'll meet again in Floating Cloud City." Zhai Yao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked away. "Take this." Yang Kai threw something to Zhai Yao. "What is it?" "A good thing." Yang Kai grinned. "If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it, you'll quickly recover." "Many thanks." Zhai Yao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Di Yao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Yang Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Yang Kai had given him some myriad drug milk. Before, Yang Kai had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs, but now he had become an alchemist and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Yang Kai couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Zhai Yao could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Zhai Yao. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongxian realm below. Yang Kai searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Yang Kai, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Yang Kai's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Yang Kai still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Zhai Yao was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Zhai Yao had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Yang Kai's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Yang Kai's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Yang Kai was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones he didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Yang Kai was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence, Yang Kai thought to himself and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their light still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Yang Kai stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yang Kai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yang Kai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, but if he went deeper, Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 717. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yang Kai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yang Kai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yang Kai smelled the smell of death. "I can't resist it," In an instant, this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field, and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yang Kai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Fei Yu gave him the primeval shackles, Yang Kai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yang Kai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yang Kai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yang Kai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yang Kai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the star field storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had consumed a lot of energy. The star field storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yang Kai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yang Kai stared at the star field storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yang Kai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The star field storm was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it could not be compared to the star field storm at all. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the star field storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the sea of meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yang Kai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the star field storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yang Kai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and chi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yang Kai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade top-rank defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yang Kai's hands, unable to play any role. Yang Kai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true chi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure Yuan Qi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's face sank, suddenly realizing that Yuan Qi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yang Kai no longer wasted his true chi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yang Kai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yang Kai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yang Kai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint-grade herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies, combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation, quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yang Kai was gradually drawn into the center of the star field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton, the great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yang Kai was completely numb, and in his heart, there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Time had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, only half an incense stick worth of time had passed, but Yang Kai felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Yang Kai couldn't care less about whether this saint-grade herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the star field storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Yang Kai was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually, the star field storm passed in front of Yang Kai and threw him out. Yang Kai was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the star field storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. In the endless void, Yang Kai lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Yang Kai knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Yang Kai's vitality. When he was in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Yang Kai's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 7:18. In this disaster, apart from Yang Kai's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the star field, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Yang Kai very happy. His flesh and blood, his meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Yang Kai didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Yang Kai was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the star field's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the star field storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of star field's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Yang Kai. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries. With a single thought, Yang Kai's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Yang Kai stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became purer and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Yang Kai seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Yang Kai lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao, the ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the star field storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered, his soul was as stable as ever. Yang Kai quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the star field, and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time he noticed the changes in himself, his flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Yang Kai's body. After withstanding the baptism of the star field storm, the power of the star field could no longer cause any harm to Yang Kai. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Yang Kai as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged, every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Yang Kai threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent realm. The moment his body was repaired, Yang Kai successfully reached the transcendent realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Yang Kai could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Su Chi and Duan Hai again, Yang Kai was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the Wind Eye to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms and cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Yang Kai examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Yang Kai could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Yang Kai's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Yang Kai felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Yang Kai's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the star field storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the star field storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Yang Kai hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Yang Kai couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, These were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Yang Kai's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in this star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Yang Kai was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Yang Kai thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower. The 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Yang Kai's heart settled. On that day, he and Zhai Yao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this 1,000-year demon flower as the center, Yang Kai spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Zhai Yao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Yang Kai shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Yang Kai's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Yang Kai scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of 2, 1 man and 1 woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Yang Kai appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Yang Kai wasn't hostile, they still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. "Are you going to Floating Cloud City?" One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, "Floating Cloud City is this way. If you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. "Many thanks." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongxian realm was really too big. If the void corridor in Star Field had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. "Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right?" Another big man with a rough appearance said. "A year ago?" Yang Kai's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Star Field for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower but had missed the opportunity. The 3 women all pursed their lips and chuckled. looking at him like he was a fool. And it ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them. The burly man said with a smile. Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now? I really don't know. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face, otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed? The burly man chuckled and asked. I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, No matter what, thank you. Goodbye. As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it. The woman beside the big man laughed. Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core. The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Yang Kai flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Yang Kai estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Floating Cloud City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the 3 clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the star field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the star field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang? Zhai Yao nodded. If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's? If that's the case, then it's his fate. Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup and said lightly, After staying in the star field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive. If Zhai Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Yang Kai to return in the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Yang Kai, with Li Lao's esteemed status, waiting for Yang Kai for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Zhai Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. It seems you still have some confidence in him, Li Lao chuckled. I've seen his physical strength in the star field. Zhai Yao's eyes flashed with shock. Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident. Li Lao sighed slightly. I also don't wish for such a person to die young, but if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long. Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave. Zhai Yao pleaded. Fine, let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle. Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. What's wrong, teacher? Di Yao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. It seems like a miracle has really happened. Li Lao looked at him and said, You're saying? Zhai Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Lao nodded heavily. Ha, I knew it. This guy won't die. Then where is he now? Zhai Yao asked with a laugh. In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become. Zhai Yao said and ran out. Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him. Li Lao's voice came from behind. Zhai Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, a year. Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive? Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Yang Kai probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Zhai Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Zhai Yao in alchemy. His own disciples saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Song Yin and Fei Yu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Zhai Yao had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how Ao Gu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Zhai Yao. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Song Yin and the others really went there, Ao Gu wouldn't have welcomed them. You little brat, you're finally back, Song Yin laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Martial uncle, you're drinking again. Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Fei Yu's doing. What's wrong with drinking a little wine? Mind your own business. Fei Yu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Fei Yu was worried sick about you, drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. I almost died from the smell, Song Yin quickly complained. Where are Martial Uncle Rimaru and Martial Uncle Fei Jian? Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them, nor did he detect their auras in the inn. They've already gone back, Song Yin explained. You don't know how long you've been gone, right? I know, Yang Kai nodded. And the sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Fei Yu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and me Na also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave. I've made Martial Uncles worry. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. I'm also very worried, Brother Yang. What do you want to say? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Zhai Yao strode in. After looking around, Zhai Yao scratched his head and asked in amazement, Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy? As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. Chapter 720. Zhai Yao had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Zhai Yao immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. It turns out you've never shown your true face. You're quite vigilant. Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm? His vision was quite sharp and he immediately saw the problem. It was a fluke. Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Song Yin and Fei Yu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. "Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle." Sangyan laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that Soaring Heaven sect had finally found a successor. "Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right?" Zhai Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? I encountered an accident there and only found my way back a few days ago," Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongxian realm through the void corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhai Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Star field? Song Yen and Fei Yu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. "Did you just say star field? Could it be that you went there?" "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the star field. Song Yen and Fei Yu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in star field. Not only did Song Yen and Fei Yu listen with great interest, even Zhai Yao, who had also been to star field before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in star field, Zhai Yao had spent most of his time beside the void corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating star field storm. Hearing that the star field storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the star field. Even a Saint Realm Master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the star field storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, this was related to the great demon god's bone and demon god blood, so Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Tsangyan. Even the calm Tsangyan couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm Masters, but there were very few Saint Realm Masters. Each Saint Realm Master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm Masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Tsingyan, we should return to the sect. Fei Yu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. Tsangyan obviously also thought so, but before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Tsangyan hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possessed conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled. Then let's go, we shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going, Sungyan shook his head. Send our regards to honored Master. Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the city lord's mansion. A moment later, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the city lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in, Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the two, brought it over, and sat beside Yang Kai. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect? Li Lao asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven sect, or did you only join the sect recently? Old Man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Yang Kai stared at Li Lao in amazement. How does Senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about a year and a half ago. Sure enough. Li Lao nodded lightly. Good, I won't tell you the specific reason for now, I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time. Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see? As soon as the statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, Senior must have already noticed it, right? And those who possess a conflagrated knowledge see are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry, as long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge see casually, even a Saint Realm master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge see? Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You little brat, you really make one envious, Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge see was something he dreamt of having because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge see from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge see provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Di Yao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge see was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge see now? Li Lao asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad, this is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge see. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge see is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, But I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Yang Kai's eagerness to learn. "This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge C's defenses," Li Lao said softly. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge C. Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge C, how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences, were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge C in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience, and now he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Zhai Yao, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 721. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge C burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge C then wrapped around the pill furnace and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge C well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using yuan qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Zhai Yao were also completely absorbed. Zhai Yao watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit-grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. "Ha, little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this." Li Lao smiled lightly. "Please speak, Li Lao." "This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge C come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade true spirit and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, I would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy." "Jade true spirit?" Li Lao's expression changed. "You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous." Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the Jade True Spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, I would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a Jade True Spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge sea, but this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Zhai Yao obtain a conflagrated knowledge sea. Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Zhai Yao. Not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Zhai Yao would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge sea. The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, the reason why my conflagrated knowledge sea can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge sea and not because I cultivated it myself. Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge sea? Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge sea died. Their spiritual energy was preserved and I was able to devour it by chance, Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous. Zhai Yao said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge sea, there were always a few. It could only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge sea were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge sea, but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use it in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, is there something else senior wanted to tell me? Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense, so since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. This matter may or may not be related to you, Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, isn't this the spirit pill I refined? This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Zhai Yao in the inn last time, and still had pill veins on it. If it is convenient for little friend, could you please depict the spirit array used to refine this spirit pill? Li Lao said kindly, rest assured, this old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge, he just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. Take a look. Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. Interesting. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The spirit array brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique. Li Lao nodded slightly. It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book. Yang Kai explained, Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know. Old Li chuckled, there's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you. Yang Kai frowned. I'd like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this. Zhai Yao continued. Since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world, but in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person, just 2 years ago. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy? Yes, what makes me most depressed is that that person was a woman. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "What kind of woman?" "I don't know." That woman was wearing a veil, her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, "Was there a lecherous old man by her side?" "Lecherous?" Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect. "Is that old man surnamed Meng?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Sure enough, he is related to little brother." Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family? After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. "And that's my senior sister." Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xia Ningchang. In this world, only Xia Ningchang could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. "Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong?" Di Yao wore a speechless expression. That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, she doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See, I simply can't compare to you, senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. Li Lao suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder, it turns out she has the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's, yet that old bastard Meng Wuya is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master." Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time and were even of the same generation. "Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else?" "I still have a senior sister and a friend with them." "Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy?" Zhai Yao asked with a bitter expression. "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't see them. Meng Wuya seems to only have that little girl surnamed Xia with him." Yang Kai's expression sank, his heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuya had Xia Ningchang with him, then what about Su Yan? What about the old demon? Where had the two of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tong Xian realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a Saint realm master, no one could hurt him, but Su Yan was different. She was a lone woman and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuya? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 722. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, "Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them?" "Blue Water City." "Blue Water City?" Yang Kai frowned. It's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuya said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left. Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well, Li Lao smiled and nodded, then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise, so Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Tsang Yen and Fei Yu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Tsang Yen and Fei Yu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their two senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, it had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint Realm, so how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Tsang Yen and Fei Yu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world, Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Tsang Yen and Fei Yu watched Yang Kai leave before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Ao Gu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The transcendent realm was not a low realm, but in Tong Xian realm where transcendence could enter the Saint Realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated. He needed to cultivate to the Saint Realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in Soaring Heaven Sect and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle. Instead, comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge see. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Yang Kai saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside? Yang Kai raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Sang Yen and Fei Yu hadn't warned him either, so when Yang Kai saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miaoku, flashed across Yang Kai's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Yang Kai shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Yang Kai still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because Treasurer Meng's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuya was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Yang Kai had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemist there. Yang Kai's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Yang Kai. It had to be said that with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Du. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Yang Kai came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xia Ningchang was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Yang Kai could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Yang Kai, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yen and Xia Ningchang, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Yang Kai still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Yang Kai was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Yang Kai turned around and saw a group of cultivators led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the immortal ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Chapter 723. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it would be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You've seen them before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed. "It's them." Yang Kai was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. "Then we've seen them before." The big man nodded slightly. "Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Yang Kai shook his head. "You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" The big man suddenly smiled slyly. "What kind of reward?" "Crystal stones or spirit pills, as long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you." When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." The big man nodded slightly, "But although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information." "Then don't waste my time." Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled. "We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. "Good, take me to someone who knows the situation." The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly, Yang Kai could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xianing Chang, otherwise they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Yang Kai was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm Masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Yang Kai through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuan Qi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly, her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had long heard that some young masters from rich families had some unusual hobbies, there were some in the central capital who liked these perverted things. However, this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. "Young master, we've brought them," the burly man observed for a while before realizing something was wrong and quickly saying. The young man sitting on the chair simply nodded but didn't pay much attention to him, still wearing a bone-chilling expression. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying as he grabbed the hair of the woman who had buried her head between his legs and slapped her several times, shouting angrily, "Cheap slave, how many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were so heavy that the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant, but even so, she didn't dare to complain in the slightest and quickly crawled to the young man's feet, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The young man straightened his clothes, glanced around calmly, and coldly snorted, "Are you the one looking for that old man and little girl?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have any clues about them?" "No, I'm also looking for them." The young man grinned. "If you have any information, can you tell me?" "You're also looking for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you looking for them?" "Be clear about your position, I should be the one asking this question." The young man's face suddenly became cloudy as he unhappily said, "But since you asked, there's no harm in telling you." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became ferocious, his hands gripping the back of his chair as his yuan qi burst out. "I'm looking for them because I want them dead." The reason this young master fell to this point is all because of that old man. "Boy, you can tell me now, what is your relationship with them? You better think carefully before you answer. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and then torture you to death." "That old man crippled you?" Yang Kai was stunned hearing this. What kind of person was Meng Wuya? If there wasn't some special reason, it was impossible for him to be so ruthless to such a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xia Ningchang. Treasurer Meng regarded the little senior sister as a treasure, so if this young man had ideas about the little senior sister, he might really have angered Meng Wuya. Moreover, from the way this young man acted, it was obvious that he was a playboy who was obsessed with women. Although little senior sister had never revealed her true appearance, anyone could see that she was definitely born with a heavenly fragrance and national beauty. Especially that kind of delicate and innocent temperament, it made people unconsciously infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face also became unkind. "My Cheng family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master, this is simply unforgivable." The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted, "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food." "Medicine?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing." Xia Ningchang had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. "That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing." Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. "Boy, what did you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. "If it were you, what would you do?" Kill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. "Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Cheng family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death? In this blue water city, my Cheng family is..." The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Hong. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. I'll ask you one last time, do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Kill him. The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the yuan qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator who was caught in this whirlpool didn't even have the chance to resist and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving, only a transcendent could do so, but was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two, don't come here." Then you're dead, Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, the smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Yang Kai, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Cheng family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out, "Who dares act so atrociously in my Cheng family?" Yang Kai raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Yang Kai. Although there were two of them, Yang Kai didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe, while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Yang Kai's brow furrowed because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs, one of them missing an arm while the other had a broken left leg. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Cheng family people? What grievance does my Cheng family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously?" Do you think my Cheng family is easy to bully? As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. If you don't give us an explanation today, my Cheng clan will never coexist with you. The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. Sworn to be enemies? Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you. The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge sea. The conflagrated knowledge sea was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Yang Kai's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength. So he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge sea defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge sea and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites, coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground, before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist, the two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. Who the hell are you? The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. You don't need to know who I am, I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. If not, your Cheng family will be destroyed here today. These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Cheng family. 2 years ago, did your Cheng family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, So you were with them? Little brother, the Cheng family's unfilial son made a mistake. He also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them? The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. Our Cheng family has already been taught a lesson. This matter should be over, right? Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man? The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xia Ningchang, with Meng Wuya's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Chung family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke. That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Chung family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Chung family. During the few days he was a guest, my Cheng family treated him with courtesy, but, my Cheng family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Cheng family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Chung family's ancestor. Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong? The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. My Cheng family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple, said Cheng. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. At this moment he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of, when the cart reaches the mountain, there is a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Little brother, the yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Chung family in a fit of anger. It's none of your business. Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestor's relationship with him must be quite deep. So it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority, but I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die. The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, how could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously he was quite angry. But Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, which direction is Water Spirit Temple? Pointed to me. Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple. The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise, they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Chi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tong Xian Realm through the Void Corridor in the Abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wuya had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Cheng family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tong Xian Realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces, scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small, the small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple, a magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Chapter 725. Dark Clouds Island was one of the many islands under the jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred here, but the sky above the island was cloudy all year round. 8 out of every 10 days, it would be drizzling and the air would be humid. Although Hipu only had a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, he was good at managing interpersonal relationships. Although his cultivation wasn't high in Water Spirit Temple, he had taken on the role of steward. Today, he was in charge of managing the operations of Dark Clouds Island. The drizzle continued, and the weather was as bad as ever. Hipu cursed the heavens as he directed his subordinates to transport the supplies delivered by the ships. These supplies were to be delivered to Water Spirit Island for the elite disciples of Water Spirit Temple to cultivate and use in their daily lives. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from the pile and stuffed them into his pocket before pretending as if nothing had happened and continuing to direct his subordinates to transport the supplies. "Steward he, steward he." Suddenly, a shout came from the side. Hipu turned his head and saw a disciple named Cuttlefish calling out to him. "What do you want?" Hipu snapped back. At this moment he was feeling guilty, so hearing someone call out to him like this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules, so even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, if he was caught stealing, he would be expelled from the temple or even have his hands and feet broken. "Steward he, there's a suspicious little black dot over there. Is someone flying over?" That disciple was born with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Cuttlefish was not his real name, but a nickname that everyone gave him. However, it was inadvertently passed down. Now, no one remembered what his name was. Usually, they would just call him Cuttlefish Cuttlefish. "Someone's here?" Hipu narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully, a moment later grinning meaningfully. "This fool probably doesn't know about the mysteries of our Dark Clouds Island, right? Don't worry about him, we'll let him have a taste of our heavenly prestige." What if he dies?" Cuttlefish asked worriedly. "If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me?" Hipu coldly snorted. He didn't even know about the mysteries of Dark Clouds Island, so he obviously isn't an acquaintance of ours. Even if 1,000 of such people died, it wouldn't matter. Saying so, he looked up at the cloudy sky and cursed, "This damned heavens, they really don't let us live." Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable. At that moment, he was no longer worried about that person. Instead, he raised his head and looked forward to seeing how miserable this person would die. Flying all the way here, the first thing Yang Kai saw was Dark Clouds Island. The dense dark clouds covering the island were quite strange to him. Faintly, he felt that there was something unusual about this place, but after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Transforming into a streak of light, Yang Kai quickly approached Dark Clouds Island. There were many people on the shore who seemed to have noticed him and were pointing at him, all of them saying something, but because they were too far away and the strong wind was blowing and the waves were rolling, Yang Kai couldn't hear them clearly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived above Dark Clouds Island. The cultivator on the shore suddenly went silent, all of them looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what they wanted to do, but he also didn't sense any hostility from them. Just as he was about to descend, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Yang Kai almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yong couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contained a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning, only when living creatures approached them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. Hipu remembered that the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even Transcendence would have to retreat, so why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Yang Kai. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Hipu narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Clouds Island was actually still standing firmly in midair, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward, was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss. He didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how was that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might, so how could this little brat be so young, only about 23 or 24 years old? While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Clouds Island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Clouds Island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Hipu would definitely have an impression of him. "Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single transcendent realm master on this island, most of them just immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Hipu nodded. "This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island. Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare act presumptuously, but since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. "Don't misunderstand, I have no malicious intent," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Hipu frowned. "Who are you looking for?" "A girl named Xue Ling." If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your water spirit temple's temple master. Looking for Shui? You're looking for the little princess? He Pu's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. Yes, I'm looking for your little princess. Yang Kai nodded. If it's convenient, can you tell me where she is? And it would be best if you could take me to see her. Little brat. He Pu smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach. Saying so, He Pu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, "Are you misunderstanding something?" He Pu curled his lips. "That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience." Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. "However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling really wasn't bad-looking and she was also quite charming, from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and after returning to Tong Xian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. "Take a look at this." He Pu glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, "The little princess token? Where did you get it?" "Nonsense, of course it was given to me by your little princess," Yang Kai snorted. "Given to you?" He Pu widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. "Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned? This is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you." "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, "What did your little princess say to you?" 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 726. 3 years ago, he and Shui Ling had parted ways in bold independent city. After learning that Yang Kai was the young lord his little princess had spoken to him about, He Pu's previous indifferent attitude immediately became enthusiastic. This person was also a lively person, and his mouth was quite eloquent, constantly praising Yang Kai for being young and handsome, his strength tyrannical, and so on. Yang Kai let him talk for a while before interrupting his chatter. "I want to see your little princess. Can you take me to where she is now?" He Pu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, with the little princess's instructions, brother would have taken out this token and this He Pu would have led you there. But now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her island. "How about this? I'll have my brothers inquire about where the little princess is, then I'll take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. He had already come to Water Spirit Temple, so as long as he could see Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wuya had sent her. As for Su Yen and the old demon situation, he wasn't in a hurry. "Then I'll have to trouble you." No need. "Brother, please sit down, I'll be right back." He Pu said respectfully before withdrawing, ordering some people to serve him wine and fruit platters before leading a group of people away from Dark Clouds Island. Dark Clouds Island was the outermost natural barrier of Water Spirit Temple, and it was also a place where goods and materials flowed. With so many people coming and going, it was extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for half a day before He Pu hurriedly returned, a big smile on his face as he said, "Brother, I didn't disappoint and found the little princess. The little princess seems to want to see you very much, so she asked me to take you there quickly. Do you want to leave now?" Yang Kai stood up and walked out with Hipu. Normally, when Water Spirit Temple's people entered and left Dark Clouds Island, they had to take a boat because once they left the ground, the lightning accumulated in the clouds above the island would strike them down. But today, Yang Kai had just finished absorbing the lightning, so Hipu boldly led Yang Kai away. Along the way, Hipu introduced Water Spirit Temple to Yang Kai. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were thousands of large and small islands, all of which were properties of Water Spirit Temple. These islands were rich in world energy and rich in spirit grasses and medicinal herbs. The environment for cultivation was quite good. Because these islands were so widely distributed, it was usually quite troublesome to find a single person. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling naturally had her own island, and that island was one of the best among all the islands of Water Spirit Temple, but today, she wasn't on her own island but had instead gone to a place called Wind Cloud Island. Water Spirit Temple's foundation was on the sea, far away from the chaos of the mortal world and the hustle and bustle of the city. The environment was elegant, but there was only one place that made Water Spirit Temple's people angry. From time to time, sea beasts would come to these islands to wreak havoc. The monster beast of the sea was very different from the monster beast on land. Sea beasts generally had large bodies and were proficient in water attribute mysteries, making them very troublesome to deal with. If it was some weak monster beast, it would be easy to deal with, but once it encountered a powerful monster beast, even a cultivator of Water Spirit Temple would have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill it. At this moment, on Wind Cloud Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Wind Cloud Island were smashed to pieces and the waves were tumbling, creating an extremely dangerous scene. The sea beast had 8 long fleshy legs, and it moved back and forth nimbly. Its ferocious mouth was constantly shooting out water arrows with imposing auras that carried extraordinary lethality. Although Shui Ling had gathered a lot of masters under her command, the vitality of this sea beast was extremely tenacious, and if she couldn't kill it in a single blow, it would be impossible to drive it away. When she heard Hipu's report just now, Shui Ling almost couldn't believe it. Her mind was in chaos and she had no idea how to give orders, causing the actions of her subordinates to become chaotic, almost resulting in a loss of life. Lu Zhua, you take command. Shui Ling's mind was in a mess, the monster beast no longer in her eyes, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise and expectation. Standing in place, she stood on her tiptoes, constantly looking towards the distant sky, as if she was waiting for something. The cultivator named Lu Zhua heard this and nodded heavily, taking over command and issuing various orders in an orderly manner. The chaotic scene soon settled down. Quietly turning his head, Lu Zhua found that the little princess' mood seemed to be fluctuating, seemingly very happy, so he couldn't help asking, "Young lady, what kind of person is the person Hipu spoke of? Why does young lady care so much about him?" "A friend." The image of Yang Kai appeared in Shui Ling's mind, and remembering all the rude things he had done to her in the central capital, she suddenly grit her teeth and replied, "A very hateful friend." Lu Zhua was stunned. If this person was a friend, why was he so hateful? Shaking his head, he didn't know what the little princess was thinking. However, as the little princess's retainer, it wasn't appropriate for him to inquire about the other party's private affairs, so he couldn't help feeling curious about this person. He had been with the little princess for several years now, but he had never seen her show such a varied expression like today. About half an hour later, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, causing Shui Ling's expression to shake. Quickly looking over, she saw Hipu leading a group of people towards her. Approaching closer, Shui Ling was finally able to see the appearance of this person. Her heart trembled, and her eyes quickly became misty. Just like a few years ago, he hadn't changed much, but he seemed to have matured a bit and his body was a lot sturdier. While still in midair, Yang Kai discovered Shui Ling and suddenly increased his speed, leaving Hipu behind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shui Ling. "Beauty, long time no see." Yang Kai greeted her with a smile, his expression friendly. Shui Ling could be said to be one of his few friends. "You bastard!" Shui Ling bit her lip as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole, suddenly rushing up and kicking Yang Kai. He Pu, who was following behind, and Lu Zhua, who was directing the battle, were both stunned. Neither of them had ever seen their little princess flirt with a young man like this before, so they were both dumbfounded. What? Yang Kai didn't dodge, letting Shui Ling hit him a few times before asking in surprise. Didn't you die? How did you come back to life? Who said I died? Yang Kai shouted angrily. That beauty from Bold Independent Union said so. Shui Ling angrily snorted. When I went to Bold Independent Union to find her last time, she told me you were taken away by someone and then disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. There were too many people here, so Shui Ling didn't directly mention the name coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of bringing trouble to Yang Kai. Oh, that's true, Yang Kai nodded, not denying it. Then how did you escape? Shui Ling was shocked. My luck was good, he let me go, Yang Kai casually replied. Really, good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully. When that beauty told me about it, she was crying so hard that she didn't want to die. Is there something fishy going on between the two of you? Otherwise, why would she be so sad when you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Tell me, what happened between the two of you? Did you do something to her? Seeing Yang Kai come back from the dead, Shui Ling seemed particularly happy and didn't stop talking, asking him a lot of irrelevant questions. A little girl, why ask so many questions? Yang Kai glared at her. I knew it. Shui Ling said with a disdainful expression, you pervert, wherever you go you pick up flowers and grass. I shouldn't have let that woman get close to you, I really did harm to her. It was an accident, a pure accident, Yang Kai said awkwardly. At that time, he had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense and couldn't help himself. Who would believe you? Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightening her expression and saying, in any case, many people will be happy that you're still alive. You're also happy? Yang Kai raised his brow, a perverted expression appearing on his face. I can't wait for you to die. Shui Ling curled her lips, her face blushing red. When He Pu and Lu Zhua saw this scene, they were even more surprised. It seemed that the relationship between the little princess and this young man was not shallow. What was this guy's background? He actually made the little princess forget her usual etiquette. It was really unbelievable. It's quite lively here. Yang Kai glanced around and found that in the coastal territory near the island, a group of cultivators were fighting a huge monster beast. The strength of these cultivators wasn't low, with one of them being a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, this monster beast seemed to be a 7th order one, its 8 long, meaty legs moving about wildly in the sea, its lethality tyrannical as it slapped the water into the sky. The cultivators inflicted large and small wounds on its body, but were unable to destroy it completely. Pale blue blood flowed out from these wounds as its flesh wriggled, and after a short time, it was completely healed. Yang Kai only observed for a moment and understood that with the strength of these people, it was impossible for them to kill this monster beast. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. This beast seems to have set its eyes on a kind of spirit grass on Wind Cloud Island and has eaten a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed as she stared hatefully at the monster beast. Young lady, I'm afraid we'll have to find more people to help. Lu Zhua also saw that the situation was not good and quickly said. Shui Ling nodded heavily. Why don't you go up? Yang Kai glanced over at Lu Zhua in amazement. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he cooperated with the others, although it would take some effort, they should still be able to kill this sea beast, but instead of helping, he chose to remain here and take command, not showing any intention of helping. Lu Zhua glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, If I go up, who will protect young lady's safety? Yang Kai was surprised and didn't say anything more. Shui Ling seemed to still be a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. When she separated from Yang Kai, her cultivation was at this level, but now 3 years had passed and she still hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, showing just how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 727. Shui Ling's identity was very noble, so it was natural for Lu Zhuo to have such concerns. Yang Kai wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. This was someone else's territory. If he were to speak out of turn, it would only be annoying. Shui Ling spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before turning to Lu Zhuo and saying, "You go, the sooner you can deal with that guy, the better." "But young lady..." Lu Zhuo frowned, obviously not willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling, everything else was secondary. "If I tell you to go, then just go. What are you nagging about? I'm in a hurry to talk to that bastard." Shui Ling glared at him before softly comforting him. "Don't worry, I'll hide here, and with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'm afraid it won't be able to do anything to me, right?" Her last sentence was directed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai just chuckled and didn't answer directly. A seventh-order monster beast. Although it was huge and its strength wasn't weak, Yang Kai was confident he could kill it. However, he didn't want to incur the wrath of others, so he didn't want to attract too much hatred. "Go, what are you still standing here for?" Shui Ling saw Lu Zhuo not moving and couldn't help urging him. Lu Zhuo shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai and bitterly said, "Little brat, look after the young lady carefully, don't let anything happen to her." "Don't worry," Yang Kai nodded. Lu Zhuo then activated his movement skill and flew towards the sea. With his participation, the situation of the battle really changed. With the two Transcendents joining forces and the other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters assisting them, they quickly seized the initiative, causing the sea beast to wail in pain as all 8 of its legs were damaged. Yang Kai stood in place for a while, and after determining that there was no problem, he smiled faintly. Then, he smiled and said, "These people seem to be very loyal to you." "They're all my people. Of course they're loyal to me," Shui Ling said proudly. "Do you think this young lady is still the same as when I was in the central capital? I'm warning you, if you dare bully me again, I'll have them cut you into pieces." "I haven't bullied you, right?" Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling snorted, "Whether you've bullied me or not, you know in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation?" Yang Kai wrinkled his nose. "Why do you want to know this?" It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything from Shui Ling's heart. When they first met, Shui Ling was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage master while Yang Kai was just a peak True Element Boundary cultivator. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. Was simply too fast. Of you is something I'm right. Use a person's, no matter where you, to be, hi. A you to say to be at 80 tesestis a one to be expected. Ttt. After leaving the Water God Temple. You can't do anything. You're a girl, why do you need such a high cultivation? I won't talk to you about that. How about it? After seeing the riches of my Water Spirit Temple, do you want to join us? My offer is still the same, as long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Right, I have a lot of islands under my control, as long as you take a fancy to them, you can pick one and from now on, that island will be yours. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai, and now that they had met, she still had the same idea. Because there had never been a person who could make Shui Ling's eyes light up. Only Yang Kai had done it. Although this person was hateful, his ability and aptitude were unquestionable. If I join here, it'll be the same as ruining myself. Yang Kai smiled and declined Shui Ling's offer. The water attribute energy here is so rich, how do you want me to cultivate? Of course my Water Spirit Temple has a suitable place for you to cultivate. There are several volcanic islands nearby. The climate is quite hot. No, I already have a place to settle down. What place? Shui Ling suddenly became interested. It actually caught your eye. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened in Soaring Heaven Sect to Shui Ling. Hearing that the ancestral founder was the one who had founded High Heaven Pavilion, Shui Ling suddenly felt relieved. High Heaven Pavilion was Yang Kai's sect, so it was reasonable for him to choose Soaring Heaven Sect. On top of that, Soaring Heaven Sect was one of the great forces in Tongxian realm, even Shui Ling had occasionally heard of it. While they were talking, the battle over there was already over. After Lu Zhuo joined the battle, the sea beast was no match for him and managed to escape with heavy injuries. Although it was a pity that they weren't able to kill it, it was still good news that they hadn't suffered any losses. Shui Ling ordered her subordinates to deal with the situation on their own before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. Water Spirit Island was one of the larger islands in the sea region, and it had dense spirit qi. It was one of the islands under the water spirit's name, and the name of the island came from the water spirit. Usually, Shui Ling lived and cultivated on this island. Most of the residents on this island were disciples of Water Spirit Temple as well as the families of those disciples. On the island, a number of houses were arranged in picturesque disorder with crowds of people coming and going, making it quite lively. At the highest point of the island, there was a row of palace-like buildings, Shui Ling's palace. Leading Yang Kai to this place, a young and beautiful maidservant immediately greeted him, offering him fine wine and delicacies, as well as various exotic delicacies, all of them enthusiastically entertaining Yang Kai. Yang Kai had something on his mind, so even though he ate and drank, he didn't feel like eating or drinking. Shui Ling seemed to have noticed this as well, so after dismissing the servants, she said, "I know why you're here, and I can tell you that I have the information you want." Yang Kai's breathing quickened slightly as he stared at Shui Ling. "Meng Wuya really came here and left you a message. And 2 years ago, he suddenly came to Water Spirit Temple with your little senior sister who was proficient in alchemy. After leaving behind a few words, he hurriedly left and told me to pass on his message to you when I saw you. I originally wanted to go to Bold Independent Union to look for you, but when I arrived, I heard from Yun Xian that you were probably already dead." Shui Ling sighed faintly. "Fortunately, you're safe. The heavens help the worthy. What did Treasurer Meng want you to pass on to me?" Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said, "After that old demon arrived here, he separated from them and said he wanted to go to the demon land to develop his forces there while waiting for young master's arrival." Shui Ling smiled. "That old bastard?" Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the old demon's ambitions really did have a chance of being realized. He was different from ordinary people. Possessing the body of a demon general was his greatest asset. If he used it well, he would definitely be able to progress smoothly in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced over at him and said, "Can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she's fine. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have an important matter to attend to, so Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to an old friend of his, allowing her to temporarily cultivate there. The location of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in any danger, but she will also be able to benefit immensely." "Then why don't you tell her where she is?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Because if I told you, you would definitely go find her. That force is not a place anyone can casually join. The people there are somewhat unreasonable and their influence is much larger than my water spirit temples. There are countless masters in that sect, and with your temper, if you don't see Su Yan, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to return." "Really? I'm just going to see my senior sister. Why would they make things difficult for me?" "I already said that the people there are somewhat unreasonable and can't be measured by common sense." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered, whispering softly, "Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that force before coming to Water Spirit Temple to leave a message for you, so that force is very likely to be near your Water Spirit Temple. As for my senior sister Su Yan, she cultivates the Ice Heart's secret art, so the only suitable environment for her would be an extremely cold zone. There is a sect in the extremely cold zone near your Water Spirit Temple that is even stronger than your Water Spirit Temple." "Enough, enough." Shui Ling was speechless. With just a few words, Yang Kai had almost deduced Su Yan's location, so she knew that even if she tried to hide it, it would be useless, so she could only glare at him hatefully. "You're so smart. Then just tell me, so that I won't have to think about it for a long time and still have to find someone to ask around." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He didn't know much about this world's great forces, otherwise, he would have already guessed. "I sect," Shui Ling said helplessly. "Have you heard of it?" Yang Kai shook his head. About a few thousand kilometers to the west of my water spirit temple, there is a world of glaciers. Ice Sect is located in that world of ice. They have very little contact with outsiders and almost live an isolated life. That's why I said they were unapproachable. The closest place to them is my water spirit temple, and because of this, I have some understanding of them. Occasionally, my water spirit temple will have some business dealings with them, but every one of them, whether male or female, old or young, is as cold as ice. Your ice doll senior sister really found a suitable place to enter. Why would Treasurer Meng take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that because Senior Meng has some friendship with Ice Sect's sect master, he felt relieved to entrust Su Yen to her. After Shui Ling finished speaking, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "You're going to Ice Sect, right?" Yang Kai nodded. He had been searching here for several years now, and now that he finally had some definite news, of course he wanted to see how Su Yen was doing. If Ice Sect was really suitable for her, it wouldn't hurt to let her stay there and cultivate, but if she wanted to go with him, Yang Kai would take her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so naturally he was Su Yan's ancestral founder. "When are you leaving?" "We're leaving now." "Do you know where it is?" Shui Ling rolled her eyes. "Wait a few days, I'll find you someone familiar with the route so you don't have to waste time blindly looking for it." Yang Kai nodded, not refusing Shui Ling's kindness. Having someone to lead the way was naturally better than wandering around by himself. Chapter 728. Above the endless sea, a huge iron ship sailed through the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed towards the west. This ship was full of cultivation materials and the crew were all Water Spirit Temple disciples. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the west, his thoughts wandering. Ever since he had dual cultivated with Su Yen, the two of them had never been separated for such a long time. The deep yearning in his heart was like an aged wine. The more it was stored, the more fragrant it would become. After staying on Water Spirit Island for about half a month, Yang Kai decided to take advantage of the trade between Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect to come to this island. During this half-month, Shui Ling had taken good care of Yang Kai, enjoying all kinds of conveniences while constantly persuading Yang Kai to join Water Spirit Temple. Unfortunately, even until the end, Yang Kai refused to budge. When he left, Shui Ling was still sulking and didn't even appear to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Taking advantage of this half-month, Yang Kai also used Shui Ling to find the herbs needed to refine the Saint Pill. There was no such herb in Water Blue City, but for Water Spirit Temple, it wasn't too difficult to find it. Although the speed of the ship's navigation wasn't as fast as Yang Kai's flight, it was definitely not slow. Moreover, this iron ship seemed to have been refined using some kind of secret technique as there were traces of artifacts on it, so even if it was attacked by a monster beast in the middle of the sea, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The ship was also equipped with several Transcendent Realm Masters to guard it in case of any accidents. He Poo of Dark Clouds Island had also come this time and was mainly responsible for the trade with Ice Sect. Although Ice Sect was powerful, had many masters, and was known for its ruthlessness, because of this, it was very honest when it came to trading. Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect had been cooperating for more than a year and both sides trusted each other. When the time came, as long as they brought the goods, they could exchange them for a large number of ice attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. On top of that, Ice Sect was rich in ice attribute ores, which were also good things Water Spirit Temple needed. Young Master Yang. He Poo appeared beside Yang Kai with a flattering smile on his face. In another half a month, we should be able to reach that glacier. After that, we'll have to disembark and fly over. The person you're looking for is in that world of ice. Ice Sect, what kind of sect is it? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I'm not too sure either. He Poo smiled awkwardly. You don't know either? Don't you often trade with them? We do have some dealings, but I've never been to Ice Sect. Every time we trade, it's always been on a glacier, some distance away from Ice Sect. Those from Ice Sect. It was one thing for them to be unreasonable, but every time they put on a sour face, as if we owed them money. On top of that, they were quite wary of outsiders, believing that Ice Sect was a pure land and that outsiders would only bring filth to that pure world. They won't be polite. So you don't know where Ice Sect is? Yang Kai frowned. He-Pu shook his head and lightly coughed. Young lady has instructed that if things do not go well this time, young Master Yang should return to Water Spirit Island. Young lady will be waiting for you there. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. That little girl, she even has ideas about me. He-Pu's mouth twitched. He had never heard anyone call the young lady a little girl before. This young Master Yang's tone wasn't ordinary. Moreover, his relationship with the young lady was also unusual. The wind is strong outside, let's go in, He-Pu said with a smile. My brothers have prepared some food and drink and would like to invite young Master Yang to join us. Good, Yang Kai nodded and followed He-Pu into the cabin. Although He-Pu and the others didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was, they could still guess. Shui Ling treated Yang Kai differently than others, so naturally she wanted to establish a friendship with him. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to make the most of it, quickly becoming one with the crew, exchanging toasts and toasting each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the days passed, the air became noticeably colder, as the iron ship sailed forward, they gradually arrived at a world of ice. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by a thin layer of ice. As time passed, this situation became more and more serious. Yang Kai knew that they were getting closer and closer to the world of ice, his heart filled with infinite expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the ship came to a stop. The sea in front of them was completely frozen, snow falling like goose feathers, and the ice on the sea was several meters thick. The ship could no longer move forward. He-Pu skillfully directed the crew to pack the ship's supplies into universe bags and prepare to board the glacier. After a short period of work, everything was ready. Leaving behind a few people to look after the iron ship, the rest of the crew jumped off and braved the biting cold, heading west. The temperature here was extremely low. Even a cultivator like He-Pu wore a lot of winter clothing. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing thin clothes, but not only did he not feel cold, his face was rosy, causing He-Pu and the others to be amazed. They couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation Yang Kai had, but in this harsh environment, he was actually completely fine. What entered their eyes was a snow-white world, seemingly without any impurities, as pure as a newborn's eyes. The group of several people flew forward at full speed for several days before the transcendent in the lead suddenly made a hand gesture. Everyone stopped and squinted their eyes towards the front. In this world of falling snow, there seemed to be several figures in front of them, all of them wearing snow-white robes, but against this pure background, they were impossible to detect. Yang Kai actually felt the life auras of these people, but he didn't point it out. After observing for a while, the transcendent in the lead finally confirmed it was them, a look of joy appearing on his face as he hurriedly flew forward. A moment later, they finally arrived at the location of these people. These people should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Although these people didn't smile, their expressions were indifferent, and they were indeed a bit unreasonable, but no matter how high or low their cultivation was, their true essence was extremely pure. From head to toe, they exuded a chilling aura that penetrated the heart. The harsher the environment, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This was a well-known fact. Living an isolated life in this world of ice, it was difficult for Ice Sect's disciples not to be strong. It seemed that Treasurer Meng had spent a great deal of effort in entrusting Su Yan to this place. With Su Yan's temperament, this place was indeed very suitable for her. Both sides were familiar with each other, but even so, when the Ice Sect leader saw the people from Water Spirit Temple, he still showed some impatience on his face and asked indifferently, "How come you're so late this time?" He-Pu quickly smiled, Sorry, some matters delayed our trip, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's best if there isn't a next time," the man coldly snorted. He-Pu was almost choked speechless, rolling his eyes and not saying anything else, quickly gathering the universe bags so the people from Ice Sect could confirm the goods. After a short while, the Ice Sect leader nodded faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple this time, taking out 2 more universe bags from his sleeve and handing them to Hipu. After checking them, Hipu smiled and said, "Good, this time the handover went smoothly, it was a pleasure to cooperate." The people from Ice Sect turned around and left, not even exchanging a single word of courtesy. "Everyone, please wait," Hipu hurriedly called out. The leader of the group turned around and asked unhappily, "What else do you want?" "It's like this, I want to inquire about a certain person from you." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Inquire about a person? Who are you inquiring about?" The leader frowned, his expression quite impatient. "A woman named Su Yen, she should be in your Ice Sect." "Su Yen? She entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago, if possible, I hope to see her." "Ice Sect doesn't have such a person, you've come to the wrong place." The leader didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking, waving his hand and interrupting him before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was slightly angry, but he didn't act on the spot, instead just coldly staring at the departing backs of this group of people. Soon, these people disappeared into the snow and wind. "Young Master Yang this?" Hipu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. Although he had long known that people from Ice Sect weren't easy to get along with, this group of people was simply too indifferent, not even giving him a chance to speak. "You go back first, tell Shui Ling that this time I must thank her. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will personally thank her in person." "But young lady said that if things didn't go well, we had to bring you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here." Hipu frowned. "I appreciate her kindness. Go back and tell her that it was I who insisted on staying." Yang Kai chuckled and patted Hipu on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work this time." Hipu was flattered and quickly smiled. Young Master Yang is too polite. This he wishes young Master Yang success. "If things don't go well, please leave as soon as possible. These people from Ice Sect are not easy to provoke." "I know. Everyone will meet again someday." Yang Kai cupped his fists before chasing after the Ice Sect disciples and quickly leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, Hipu sighed and could only lead the others back the way they had come. Yang Kai released his divine sense subtly and locked onto the group of Ice Sect disciples, tracking them as they left. He was certain that this group of people knew Su Yen. Although the person who had spoken had kept his mouth shut, when the young woman next to him heard Yang Kai mention Su Yan's name, her beautiful eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she quickly restrained herself, Yang Kai still saw this. Yang Kai didn't know why they were denying Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet her personally, he couldn't feel at ease. A faint uneasiness lingered in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. It stood to reason that Su Yen was entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuya, and Treasurer Meng and Ice Sect's sect master had some friendship, a very good one at that. If not for this, Meng Wuya wouldn't have done this. Yang Kai believed in Treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yen wouldn't be wronged in Ice Sect, but this faint uneasiness made Yang Kai vigilant, vowing to find Su Yen and see how she was doing. Ren had only been in contact with Su Yen a few times, but he had learned from Elder Qianyu that a woman like Su Yen was the best talent to cultivate Ice Sect's secret skills. Originally, it was the sect master who had reluctantly accepted her into the sect, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu had the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Not only had she opened her secret scriptures and martial skills to her, she had even allowed her to freely enter the ice snow cave. Unfortunately, this girl didn't seem to be very willing to join Ice Sect, causing Elder Qianyu to both hate and love her. As soon as Yang Kai mentioned Su Yen, Ren became vigilant. If it were any other disciple, Ren probably wouldn't have tried to conceal this matter, but since it was related to Su Yen, Ren felt that he should first report this matter to Elder Qianyu and see what she thought. Thinking so, Ren continued to shuffle through the world of glaciers and ice mountains. Yang Kai, who was following in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer appeared on his face. The other party seemed to be aware that he was following them, but couldn't be sure, so he was circling around in an attempt to throw him off. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, all of Ni Ren's efforts were in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras strangely disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and walked over to the ice mountain territory. After carefully investigating for a long time, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, only able to determine that there was some kind of mystery hidden inside these ice mountains. However, what excited him though was that he felt Su Yan's aura. Because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, as long as both parties were within a certain range, they could sense each other's existence. Moreover, the yin-yang monster ginseng's energy flowed through each other's bodies, greatly enhancing this invisible spiritual connection. Su Yan wasn't far from him. Somewhere inside this ice mountain, her aura was even, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai tried to communicate with her with his divine sense, he couldn't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly became gloomy. Su Yan must have had some kind of accident. Otherwise, if she had noticed his arrival, she would definitely have run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged as murderous intent filled his eyes, his gaze becoming even more hostile. Inside these ice mountains, everything was crystal clear. The foundation of Ice Sect was located in this stretch of ice mountains. Many years ago, Ice Sect was one of the largest great forces in Tongshan realm, but because of an accident, Ice Sect was forced to relocate and live in seclusion here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders. Every 10 years or so, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to find some disciples with excellent aptitude and bring them back to supplement Ice Sect's fresh blood. These people were all orphans who had no father or mother and were now wandering the outside world. The stringent selection of disciples allowed every disciple of Ice Sect to have the qualifications and strength to be proud of. Ice Sect didn't have many people, from the sect master down to only a little more than 500, but there were many masters, several Saint Realm masters, and 20 to 30 transcendents. It was clear from this that Ice Sect's talent and vision for finding new disciples was extraordinary. At this moment, in the center of an ice mountain, inside an ice room, Ni Ren was reporting to Elder Qian Yu about this transaction. Qian Yu was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and although she didn't look very old, she was actually a first-order saint. Like Fei Yu, she was skilled in retaining her youthful appearance. After listening to Ni Ren's report, Qian Yu nodded lightly. "You've done well. Thank you for your hard work. Take those disciples to collect some materials and cultivate." "Many thanks, Elder Qian," Ni Ren said respectfully, but didn't immediately withdraw, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there something else?" Qian Yu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over him, keenly aware of something, and asked lightly. "It's like this, Elder Qian, during this transaction, something happened that caught Disciple's attention." "Tell me about it." "There was a young man who asked Disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained this information, but apparently he knew Su Yan was in our Ice Sect." "He was looking for Su Yan?" Qian Yu's pretty face froze, her brow furrowing slightly. "What kind of man was he?" Ni Ren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, adding, "He wasn't very old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple was incompetent and wasn't able to see through his strength, but he gave me a feeling of oppression." "He oppressed you?" Qian Yu looked surprised, thinking about it for a moment before muttering, "Could it be the person that old man mentioned to Sect Master before? How did he find her so quickly?" When that old man brought Su Yan to Ice Sect and handed her over to the Sect Master, he had said that one day a young man would come looking for Su Yan. At that time, he had asked the Sect Master to let him go, otherwise, it was very likely he would cause great trouble. The Sect Master and Qian Yu hadn't known Su Yan's aptitude was so outstanding at that time, so naturally, they had agreed without hesitation, but now, after witnessing Su Yan's intelligence, Qian Yu really didn't want her to leave. As long as she remained in Ice Sect, with her talent, she would definitely inherit the position of Sect Master and become a powerful leader. What made Qian Yu feel most helpless was that Su Yan was currently in a difficult situation, so it wasn't time for her to see anyone. The relationship between that young man and Su Yan was definitely very close. If he were to see Su Yan's current state, there was no telling what kind of trouble would ensue. Qian Yu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, asking, "Did that young man come to Ice Sect?" Ren shook his head. Disciple felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qian first, so he didn't tell him the truth. "Good, you did well," Qian Yu nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to offer a few words of praise though, her expression suddenly changed and she released her divine sense to investigate, coldly snorting, Enren, you really are incompetent. That young man followed you to our ice sect, yet you didn't even notice?" Ren was shocked. "That's impossible. I deliberately circled around outside for several days to determine there was no problem before returning. How could he, Qian Yu coldly snorted. "I said he came, so he naturally came. Moreover, this little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our ice sect. His aura is somewhat violent at the moment. Elder, please calm your anger. Disciple will drive him away." Ren quickly said, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. When he returned, he had been vigilant enough, but he had still been chased all the way to his doorstep, causing him to lose a great deal of face. "Go, bring more people with you. This little brat isn't easy to deal with. Just teach him a lesson. Don't take his life," Qian Yu ordered. After all, this young man had some kind of relationship with that old dog. If she really killed him, it would be difficult to explain to that old dog and the sect master. Because of Su Yan's accident, the sect master had already reprimanded her once. Qian Yu didn't want to be reprimanded again. Ren quickly complied, bowing and retreating, his expression extremely cold. Chapter 730. Outside the ice mountain, Yang Kai's expression was also quite ugly, closing his eyes and probing his surroundings. From Su Yan's aura, he could infer that her life wasn't in danger, but for some reason she didn't respond to his divine sense call, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several powerful life auras suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Yang Kai opened his eyes, a cold light flashing across his pupils as he stared at the several ice sect disciples who had suddenly appeared. A moment later, these people arrived in front of Yang Kai one after another. "Sure enough, it's you, brat," Ren shouted as he saw the gloomy expression on this little brat's face and thick murderous intent. At a glance, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Towards this kind of person, Ren didn't have the slightest goodwill. "You dare follow me? Your courage isn't small." Ren coldly snorted, saying in a displeased tone, "I'm going to ask Water Spirit Temple about this." Is Water Spirit Temple the kind of place that cultivates such insidious villains? He had seen Yang Kai act together with Water Spirit Temple's disciples before and thought Yang Kai was from Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple doesn't care about me." Yang Kai snorted heavily. Ren frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai, calmly saying, "I don't care which force you're from, this place belongs to my ice sect. Go back where you came from. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Before I see the person I want to see, I don't want to go anywhere." Yang Kai glared at Ren, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy clearly knew about Su Yan, but before this, he hadn't even given him a chance to ask questions. Now that he had found this place, this guy actually wanted to drive him away. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious in his heart, but he still endured. After all, Ice Sect's sect master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya entrusting Su Yan to him was obviously out of good intentions. If Ice Sect could give him a reasonable and acceptable explanation, Yang Kai didn't want to make things worse. Right now, he just wanted to know how Su Yan was doing. Yang Kai didn't get angry, but Ren did and shouted, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In my Ice Sect's territory, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. If you dare provoke me again, I'll teach you a lesson." "You can try." Yang Kai sneered. Ren nodded slightly. "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. A junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, you simply don't know your place. Today, I will let you know who is the master here." As he said this, Enai Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. A pure white light suddenly burst out from his eyes. In this pure white world, it was extremely difficult to detect such a light. The light mixed with the cold aura was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yang Kai's head and tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy him in one blow. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly shook his head. "I thought ice sex people were more powerful, but it turns out you're just so. If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Although Enai Ren's divine sense attack easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, it was quickly incinerated by the scorching waves. Enai Ren's complexion changed, and the other ice sect disciples around him also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Enai Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and although he didn't cultivate his spiritual energy, his soul was still relatively powerful. Dealing with such a junior, not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even able to leisurely speak, a result that was difficult for all of them to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a bit strange." Beside Enai Ren, another transcendent quickly said. Enai Ren nodded solemnly. Just now, when Elder Qianyu had asked him to bring more people to drive this little brat away, Enai Ren felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had found his other brothers to help him. Otherwise, if he had come out alone, he would have suffered a big loss. Thinking so, Enai Ren stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and quickly said, "Boy, it seems you have some skill. I won't embarrass you, you can leave now." I said, "Before I see the person I want to see, I won't leave." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression becoming cold as he declared, "If you don't let me see her, I'll flatten your 3,000 ice mountain world." Arrogant. Ice sect is not a place you can act so atrociously. Enai Ren roared. "It seems that talking to you is useless, your status in ice sect isn't high. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone I can talk to." As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure leapt up and flew straight towards one of the ice mountains. From this ice mountain, Enai Ren could vaguely sense a tyrannical divine sense, as if someone was spying on him. Wishful thinking. Enai Ren shouted angrily, his yuan qi bursting out. Ice seal world. The biting cold wind became even colder at this moment, and an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around Yang Kai's body, surrounding him. From this energy, icicles quickly formed and shot towards him from all directions, each icicle as sharp as a knife and filled with an imposing aura. In an instant he was submerged in this ice mountain. Enai Ren's expression, however, did not relax and instead became even more solemn. **Shio. Icicles continued to shoot out, but at the center of the ice attribute energy, a blazing flame erupted, spreading at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the red flame became as dazzling as the sun. *Kong. The ice seal world collapsed and Yang Kai stood midair, his body covered in a fiery red light and exuding a scorching aura, staring down at Enai Ren indifferently. Transcendent realm. Enai Ren's complexion changed greatly as his eyes lost focus. Feeling the fluctuations of Yang Kai's yuan qi, Enai Ren immediately understood what the other party's cultivation was. This young man, just like him, was actually a first-order transcendent master. On top of that, this young man's yuan qi was several times more powerful than his own. What made Enai Ren even more uneasy was that this young man's yuan qi attribute was the opposite of his own yuan qi attribute. Junior brother, be careful. While Enai Ren was in a daze, his brother beside him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him back. *Shio. A fiery red spear brushed past Enai Ren's body and pierced into the ground, creating a giant hole a few thousand meters deep in the ice seal world. Feeling the power of this spear that was purely condensed from Zhenyuan, everyone's face paled. All of them were transcendent realm masters, but none of them had the confidence to resist such an attack with their bodies. If they were struck, they would likely die instantly. Asterisk hoo. Asterisk an unbearably hot yuan qi aura spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Within this range, everyone's ice attribute secret arts were suppressed to varying degrees, and the flow of yuan qi within their bodies seemed to slow down significantly. Yang Kai stepped out of the void, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he faintly asked, "I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yen?" "Little brat, if you want to fight then fight, we don't know who Su Yen is." Ren braced himself and shouted, "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking. A drop of yang liquid seeped out from his fingertip and flew out with a flick of his finger. This drop of yang liquid flew through the air and suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets that shot towards Ren's group. Ice Curtain. Islok. Ice Crystal Beast. Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters all attacked at the same time, all kinds of ice attribute martial skills blossoming. A barrier filled with ice energy suddenly rose up in front of them, and at the same time, a white energy chain shot towards Yang Kai. Accompanied by the roar of a monster beast, a giant, ferocious battle beast suddenly appeared above the glacier. These battle beasts were all composed of pure energy and looked like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike and lifelike. Some ran on the ground, some flew in the sky, all of them fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the 10 million droplets of yang liquid effortlessly pierced through the ice barrier, causing Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters' faces to go pale as they summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of them. The ice lock that had suddenly appeared directly bound Yang Kai, but before the ice lock master could rejoice, he was shocked to discover that this martial skill, which was powerful enough to bind any first or second order transcendent, was directly melted by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't even have the slightest effect on him, not even slowing him down. Yang Kai quickly rushed forward to meet the ice crystal beast head-on. The beast soul seal that had not been used for a long time was once again used, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox both appearing, their golden bodies burning like suns as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk all the ice crystal beasts that rushed forward were no match for Yang Kai and these two beast phantoms, all of them shattering and disappearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of these people, his surging true chi and overwhelming momentum causing their hearts to tremble. They had never thought that among cultivators in the same realm, there would actually be someone who could single-handedly fight against all of them. Not only did he not show any signs of being defeated, he even seemed to be able to fight back with ease. Feeling the power surging through his body, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling refreshed. The combat power of these people from Ice Sect was far greater than any cultivator in the outside world. The two first-order transcendents from the Qing family that he had dealt with in Blue Water City were on a completely different level from these people. Although their cultivations were the same, their understanding of the heavenly way and martial Dao was different, so the combat power they could transform into was naturally different. In this regard, Yang Kai had reached the pinnacle. These people from Ice Sect were also doing a good job, but they were nowhere near as profound as Yang Kai's. Striking out one deadly blow after another, Yang Kai's anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, his mind gradually calming down. He had not come to Ice Sect to fight, nor to kill, he had come to find Su Yen. Thinking so, Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, but showed no mercy. Ren and the others tried their best, but not only were they unable to stop Yang Kai, they were also forced to retreat, showing signs of exhaustion. This scene caused them to feel fear in their hearts, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. Chapter 732. Today, seeing Yang Kai suffer such a heavy blow, Qian Yu's face couldn't help relaxing slightly. This time, she knew she was in the wrong. Denying Su Yan's existence and not allowing Yang Kai to see her was all out of selfishness, so even though Yang Kai had destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, she hadn't killed him. She had only wanted to force him to retreat. Su Yan, it was impossible for her to hand her over so easily. It was not easy for her to encounter such an outstanding person, so Qianyu wanted to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's current state wasn't good and she couldn't see anyone right now. Injuring him and driving him away was one thing, Qianyu thought to herself, but before she could fly over to check Yang Kai's condition, her expression changed again. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have been knocked unconscious, once again rushed up with the golden yuan qi wrapped around him. Impossible! Qianyu's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was well aware of how much strength she had used just now. A mere first-order transcendent youth shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But now, her opponent only seemed to be slightly injured, and his momentum not only hadn't weakened but had instead become even more violent, as if he wouldn't give up until he razed Ice Sect to the ground. How tough was his physique? How could he withstand such a blow without fainting? Hong hong hong. One iceberg after another continued to collapse as Qianyu hysterically roared like a mad woman. Little brat, you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If you can kill me, then do so. Let's see if I die first or if your Ice Sect's foundation is destroyed. If you won't let me see Su Yan, I'll bury you all with me. Impudence! Qianyu shouted. Seeing that a tenth of Ice Sect's foundation had really been destroyed, she finally decided to kill this boy. If she didn't kill this little brat now, with his current rate of destruction, it wouldn't even be an hour before Ice Sect had to find another place to relocate. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from the various icebergs and gathered together. Qianyu, what happened? Where did this barbaric brat come from? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression asked coldly. Big brother, help me catch this little brat first, we'll talk about this later. Qianyu hurriedly shouted as he chased after Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to deal with this young man, seeing him so violently destroy Ice Sect's foundation, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling angry, nodding in agreement. Good. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai. He coldly shouted, Kid, let's stop here. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai had already swept past him like a gust of wind. With a loud rumbling sound, an iceberg behind the middle-aged man shattered in an instant. How arrogant! The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Without any apparent movement, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai and pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face went pale and his speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread through his body, causing the circulation of his yuan qi to slow down. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his hair was frozen solid. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he twisted his body, quickly avoiding this middle-aged man. The yuan qi in his body rushed out violently, quickly dispelling the chill in his body and mind, restoring his freedom in the next moment. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously. I can only tell you that your Ice Sect disciples won't be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that. These little insects aren't very obedient. You're digging your own grave. If even a single one of my Ice Sect disciples dies, you can prepare to die. Yang Kai laughed. You want to bury hundreds of people with me? As long as you're willing, I don't care if I die. The four people suddenly went silent, feeling a headache coming on. Ice Sect didn't have many disciples, at most 500. If 200 to 300 of them were to die at once, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply an unscrupulous demon, a piece of meat on the chopping block, hateful to the extreme. The four people hated Yang Kai to the bone, but for fear of breaking the vases, they didn't dare act rashly, although they had absolute confidence they could kill this little brat in one blow. But after killing him, what would happen to those soul-devouring insects? But if they had to admit defeat now, none of them would be able to swallow this insult. Just as they were silently cursing in their hearts, a woman's voice suddenly floated over, "Little brat, is your surname Yang?" Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because he hadn't noticed anyone approaching, but when he looked towards the source of the voice, he was shocked to find that not far away, a graceful figure had appeared. This woman looked extremely young, at most about the same age as Su Yan, but her cultivation was unfathomable and her aura was stable, like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he hadn't felt from the four elders of Ice Sect. Standing there, she seemed to be one with this frozen world, omnipresent. Third Order Saint. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming vigilant. Although he knew this was a powerful enemy, after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Yang Kai's heart actually weakened significantly. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that seemed to be able to dissolve the resentment and injustice in his heart. It was soft and gentle, like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ear. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qian Hao and the others also bowed respectfully. The woman smiled lightly. "There's no need to be polite, isn't the noise you've made a bit too big?" Although her tone didn't reveal any trace of blame, Qian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Their faces flushed red. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "Are you the Sect Master of Ice Sect?" I am the Sect Master of Ice Sect, Qinya." The woman nodded gently, her face filled with a faint smile. The woman gently nodded with a smile on her face. Her aura was extremely pure, like a glacier without the slightest impurity. Just looking at her would make one feel refreshed. Her voice was soft as she asked again, "Is your surname Yang?" The hostility on Yang Kai's face was greatly reduced and his expression relaxed as he nodded slightly. "Then there's no mistake, the person Meng Wuya was talking about was you, right?" "You're even more outstanding than he described. I hadn't expected you to find this place so quickly." Qinya smiled lightly. "I also didn't expect Ice Sect's Sect Master to be so young and beautiful. I thought Treasurer Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman, but seeing you today is an eye-opener." Yang Kai looked her up and down, a look of amazement filling his face, but his eyes were clear and filled with amazement, without the slightest obscenity. "What do you think?" Qinya seemed to be very happy, her smile becoming more and more cheerful. After walking for about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the three of them arrived in front of a huge ice room. Qinya glanced back at Yang Kai and said, "Su Yan is in here, but you have to promise me that you won't get too excited." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly. Qinya nodded lightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and was the first to walk in, Yang Kai and Qian Yu following closely behind. Inside the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed. On this ice bed, Su Yan's eyes were closed, her body wrapped in ice, seemingly in a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Qinya and Qian Yu both stared at him, the two of them strangely discovering that the moment this arrogant and insidious young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down and his pair of eyes filled with a deep sense of longing, so gentle it was almost as if water would drip from them. The expression on Yang Kai's face constantly changed, seemingly a mix of fear and expectation as he slowly approached the ice bed. As he walked, his expression gradually calmed down. Arriving in front of the ice bed, Yang Kai stared at the jade figure on the bed, his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Yan was lying on the bed, her life was not in danger, but her whole body was wrapped in an extremely strange ice, as if she was sealed in ice, completely unresponsive to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out his hand but couldn't touch her. Quietly observing, Su Yan's expression was calm, her two hands naturally resting on her flat stomach. Before she was sealed in ice, she seemed to have a high level of awareness and didn't feel the slightest pain. Moreover, at this moment, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body was still circulating rapidly, and the secret art she cultivated was still operating at a faster rate than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, Qingya and Qianyu tactfully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. As time passed by, Qingya's expression didn't change, but Qianyu was becoming impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples had encountered a great disaster. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after half an hour, they would all die. So Qianyu couldn't help urging, "Little brat, how much longer are you going to watch? No matter how much you watch, you won't be able to wake her up." Not only has she frozen her body, but she has also frozen her consciousness. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. Qianyu unconsciously averted her gaze, as if she had a guilty conscience. "Is this a martial skill?" Yang Kai turned to Qingya and asked. Qingya nodded lightly. This is one of my ice sect's secret arts, Ice Body Sealed Heart. After using this secret art, one's yuan qi will condense, sealing one's body and mind in ice, causing one to lose all sensation in an instant. Then why is senior sister's secret art still operating? Yang Kai frowned. Constantly calling out to Su Yan with his divine sense, Yang Kai's true qi also burst forth from his hands, penetrating the thick layer of ice and entering Su Yan's body, pouring it into her meridians. There was no response, as if Su Yan had really lost all consciousness. Not only was there no movement from her body, but even her consciousness was also completely still. At this moment, she was simply a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai didn't become anxious, nor did he feel discouraged, constantly repeating this monotonous action. He believed that with the deep bond between him and Su Yan, there was a high chance he could break through the ice body-locked heart and achieve resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. Chapter 738. The Art of Yin-Yang Joyous Unification. During dual cultivation, not only would it allow a man and woman to fuse and converge their yuan qi, but even their divine sense would undergo earth-shaking changes. While experiencing this sensation, Su Yan also felt a profound and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul avatar to her. Yang Kai shared all of his insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao with her. Su Yan didn't dare neglect and opened her heart to accept this energy, imprinting it into the depths of her soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly. Although Su Yan's insights were no longer of much use to him, under this fusion he could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger and his spiritual energy more condensed. Inside the ice room, as the two souls converged, the yuan qi in their bodies also involuntarily burst forth, fusing and interacting, flowing through each other's bodies according to the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Every time it flowed, the yuan qi would become purer. This time's dual cultivation allowed both of them to obtain unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared. At the same time, on the surface of Su Yan's body, the phantom of an ice phoenix also appeared. The two ice phoenixes absorbed the two's yuan qi and rapidly expanded, filling the entire ice room in just a moment. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and a resonant phoenix's cry echoed. The 3,000 glacial worlds shuddered, and the icicles hanging at the bottom of the ice peaks instantly turned into fine powder. Ice cubes rustled as they fell down. Hong Hong. Two sensational energies of diametrically opposed nature burst out from inside the ice mountain and soared into the sky. From Ice Sect's Ice Master Qinya to the ordinary disciples, all of them were alarmed, their expressions changing greatly as they rushed out of their respective ice mountains. Qianyu was also startled. She had been meditating in her own ice mountain when she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations and naturally rushed out to see what was happening. As far as the eye could see, the other 3 elders of the sect were all standing in the void, staring up at the sky with dignified expressions, their eyes trembling. Even Ice Master Qinya's pretty face was solemn. "Sect Master." Qianyu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking in the direction they were looking at, Qianyu's beautiful eyes narrowed. In the sky, there was a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long and shone with golden light like a blazing flame. It was a magnificent and bizarre scene, and beside the giant dragon, there was a huge ice phoenix that was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was ice blue in color. It spread its wings and fluttered in the air. A dragon and a phoenix chased each other playfully, creating a grand scene. From the body of the dragon and phoenix, everyone could feel a pressing heat and a biting chill. This kind of heat and chill was not something that anyone present could underestimate. What shocked Qinya and the others the most was that there were 2 somewhat familiar auras coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix. These were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Qinya and the others. The several Saint Realm elders all paled and quickly condensed their yuan qi, secretly raising their guard. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew 1,000 meters in front of the group and slowly came to a stop, the golden dragon in front and the ice phoenix behind, the 2 closely intertwined, as if they were husband and wife. The golden dragon's 2 gong-sized eyes stared at Qinya and the others with interest, giving off a human-like aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at these 2 eyes, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably small, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. This was especially true for Qianyu. She always felt that when this golden dragon stared at her, there was a strong sense of warning. Qinya frowned as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the oppressive aura coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix, tentatively asking, "Yang Kai?" A hint of astonishment flashed through the golden dragon's eyes. It suddenly turned around and left with the ice phoenix. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the dragon and phoenix gradually moved further and further away. Soon they disappeared. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Ice Sect couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As the cold wind blew, everyone discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the dragon and ice phoenix, Qinya fell into deep thought. She could feel that they hadn't simply left, but had instead decided to play around in this ice world for a bit. Sure enough, a moment later, a rumbling sound came from the distance, obviously caused by the dragon and ice phoenix. Qinya shook her head and smiled bitterly before waving her hand. "Let's go back, it's fine." "Sect Master, could this have been caused by that little brat?" Qian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When the dragon and ice phoenix first appeared, it was indeed above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were, but with the strength of these 2 juniors, how could they have created such a huge disturbance? "Probably," Qinya smiled lightly, "they'll come back." "They'll come back?" Qian Hao's expression changed. "Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousnesses of those 2 children are inside that dragon and ice phoenix. That dragon and ice phoenix are manifestations of their condensed yuan qi. Their bodies are still in my ice sect. If they don't come back, where can they go?" So he woke Su Yan up. Qianyu heard this and asked happily. "I don't know, we'll ask them when they come back," Qinya smiled. "That little brat is really hateful, making such a big disturbance. Is he trying to warn my ice sect not to mistreat Su Yan?" Qianyu ground her teeth, Thinking back to the warning look in the golden dragon's eyes when he looked at her just now, she couldn't help feeling angry. But sect master, with their cultivations, their bodies can't store such a huge amount of true essence, right? Qian Hao was puzzled. If what Qinya said was true, and the dragon and ice phoenix were manifestations of Yang Kai and Su Yan's Yuan Qi, how much Yuan Qi would that have cost? Did they really have such a huge amount of Yuan Qi in their bodies? Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so if her body didn't have enough Yuan Qi, she could easily supplement it by mobilizing the surrounding ice attribute energy. So how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. That was the era when humans were the masters. Today's demon land, the territory of the monster race, was also human territory at that time. There were such forces. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qinya nodded lightly. Qinya nodded slightly. However, some kind of unforeseen event happened later on. All of these forces suffered a great loss in strength, and some of them even lost their most fundamental inheritances. After losing their inheritances, these forces were unable to recover from this setback and gradually declined. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that have flourished to this day and have yet to be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Ice sect is one of them? Qinya was stunned for a moment before revealing a wry smile and nodding. My ice sect is one of them. Back then, Ice sect had tens of thousands of disciples and was prosperous for a time, but after that incident, our elders moved Ice sect here and lived in seclusion, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned. What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such a great force to suddenly decline? Qinya shook her head. I don't know, too much time has passed. All I know is bits and pieces of the past. Why is Sect Master telling me all this? Yang Kai asked curiously. These past events probably had nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that at that time, there seemed to be a disciple of one of these forces who improved their strength through dual cultivation. The top masters of this force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. When the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible. What's more, the two of them also held the most fundamental inheritance of that force. When they fought, a dragon and a phoenix would appear. Saying so, Qinya stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Sect Master means, Qinya smiled softly, I'm just guessing, I don't know if it's true or not. However, a general dual cultivation secret art is one that neglects the fundamentals and focuses on the details. The dual cultivator's foundation is unstable and their true qi is impure, making it difficult for them to achieve great things. However, you and Su Yan are different. The secret arts you both cultivate are obviously extraordinary, and with the strange phenomenon that occurred today, I can't help but wonder if that legendary force is somehow related to you. I don't know, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Qinya looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. What Yang Kai thought was his own business, asking any more questions would seem like meddling in other people's business. Sect Master, do you remember what that force was called? I remember, it was called the Dragon Phoenix Rift. It should still be active today. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish, the Transcendent Realm cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg? Junior is just a nobody. He accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg, otherwise he would have drowned long ago. Oomph. The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship? I had no choice. I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down. I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb young lady. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths. Uncle Qian showed quite a bit of fear. Uncle Qian, you're too serious. The woman slowly shook her head, staring deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and said something shocking, but he should be lying. Yang Kai was stunned, curiously looking at the woman, not understanding why she was so sure. This subordinate also has some guesses, so I was thinking of making him leave. Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai darkly. There's no need to drive him away. He is an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If we drive him away, he will have no way to live. Although he lied, he has no malice towards us. Perhaps he has some difficulties that he can't speak of, so we'll take him with us on the road, and when we arrive at our destination, we'll let him leave. Since young lady says so, this subordinate will do as you say. Uncle Qian respectfully responded. I'll go back first. You all be careful, the woman ordered, turned around and left. After she left, Uncle Qian walked over to Yang Kai and coldly said, Young lady is merciful, not letting me drive you away. You'd better behave. If you dare to plot against us, I'll let you know what it means to be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead. Yang Kai grinned. Rest assured, I'll be very safe. I just want to return to the mainland. That's for the best. Uncle Qian nodded heavily, waving to a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Cheng Fei, keep an eye on him. Don't let him have a chance to cause trouble. A tall and sturdy man hurriedly responded. After giving his orders, Uncle Qian also went to do his own things. The cultivator named Cheng Fei walked over to Yang Kai, looking him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Yang Kai was only showing his immortal ascension boundary 7th-stage cultivation at the moment, so unless a Saint Realm Master came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. This kind of cultivation at this age was very common in Tong Xian Realm, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This Cheng Fei was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so he naturally felt superior. Little brat, behave yourself. Uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you. If you make Uncle angry, I'll make sure you suffer. I'll be very, very honest. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in Nine Heaven's Holy Land had a sense of pride, probably related to the transcendent status of their force in Tong Xian Realm. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families also had a sense of superiority when they went out, feeling that no one in the world was inferior to them. Yang Kai had seen this many times, so he didn't care. Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to live. Cheng Fei sneered, beckoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly kept up with his pace, asking as he walked, Friend, who was that girl just now? Why does it seem like you're all very respectful to her? Boy, you're quite curious. Chapter 744. Although Yang Kai had been in Tongxian realm for 3 or 4 years now, he was still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Yang Kai realized that the Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land going out on an inspection tour was a world-shaking event. Moreover, it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that Nine Heavens Holy Land had more than one saintess. There were a total of 4 saintesses who had gone in different directions. The itinerary of these saintesses covered almost all of the human territories. These saintesses had grown up in Nine Heavens Holy Land from an early age. After 10 or 20 years of cultivation and numerous selections, each one of them was young and beautiful and had cultivated the special secret arts of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Their biggest purpose for going out on an inspection tour was to find the next Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Currently, the current Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was very old and likely would not live for long, so these 4 saintesses had decided to go out on an inspection tour. As for what method they would use to find the next Holy Master, no one knew, only that every Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had been found by the saintesses. According to historical records, before the first 9 Holy Masters were discovered by the saintesses, they had done all sorts of things. Some were young talents who had become famous throughout the world, some were just ordinary peddlers, some were mediocre people, but once they were found by the saintesses and entered Nine Heavens Holy Land, they would blossom into a dazzling brilliance and undergo earth-shaking changes. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from 10 to 60 years old. The saintesses seemed to have a unique vision that was different from ordinary people. Because of this, when the saintesses of Nine Heavens Holy Land arrived, those who had illusions in their hearts would carefully display themselves. If they were really chosen by the saintess, it would be a blessing to them. That was why there were so many pretentious people on this island who were deliberately trying to show off. None of them knew what method the saintesses would use to select the next Holy Master, nor did they know whether the masters around the saintesses were monitoring the entire island, so they could only strive to be perfect and not make any mistakes. Yang Kai listened in amazement. Before this, he had never thought that such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. Second brother, you know a lot. Yang Kai was impressed. The waiter chuckled. It's something that everyone knows. It seems that you're the only one who doesn't know. Then you don't have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. According to what he said, the Saint Master was most likely a mediocre person before he was found. The waiter also had a chance. Of course, why not? As expected, the waiter nodded heavily. But I don't think I'm good enough for someone like the Saintess. If she takes a fancy to me, it's my fortune. If she doesn't, it's only natural. I'll just live like before. I don't know how to act. Respect. The indifferent attitude of the waiter surprised Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Well, good luck to you, brother waiter." "Thank you for your auspicious words, sir." The waiter beamed and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while and obtaining the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he didn't have anything urgent to do, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. The matter of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looking for the Saint Master was something he was quite curious about. Naturally, he wanted to stay and watch the show. Each of the 20 or so nearby islands was extremely lively. Chapter 745. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, he no longer said anything, stroking his beard as he stood to the side and waited quietly. Although his words couldn't be completely trusted, the words ancient ruins still touched everyone's nerves. As long as it was an ancient ruin, there were bound to be treasures inside. The world was bustling with activity for profit, so the foreign cultivator gathered on the shore couldn't help but be tempted. What's more, when the barrier was triggered, everyone was aware of it. Everyone gathered together, frowning as they discussed. There were also many people, like Yang Kai, who stood alone and vigilantly observed the situation. The Seven Family Alliance had no choice but to make such a decision, but it was clear that they wanted to use these outsiders as a pawn in order to avoid any losses to their own side. This also meant that they had some understanding of the ancient ruins below, but not much. Kai Yang's thoughts raced through his mind, and he soon understood the gist of it. Should I go or not? There was definitely a risk down below, but the source of the rich Yang attribute energy was something Yang Kai was very concerned about. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm, he didn't have any decent artifacts on hand. His bone shield had been destroyed by the storm in Star Field, so the only artifact he could use was the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea. However, this small soul-type sword was only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, and while it had some value in the central capital, it didn't have much use here. If it was a powerful artifact that exuded such a strong Yang attribute aura, it would complement Yang Kai. After obtaining it, his strength would increase significantly. Even if it wasn't an artifact, it would still be of great help to him. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to a decision. There were many others who had made the same decision as him. Not long after the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, someone strode out from the crowd and walked towards the place where the Seven Family Alliance was gathered. Soon, the scattered cultivator gathered together, Yang Kai also walking over. However, more people were still watching, hesitating, some unable to make up their minds. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, "Right. There is one more thing I must tell you. Although my Seven Family Alliance is leading the way, there is a limit to the number of people who can participate. It is impossible for my Seven Family Alliance to accept everyone without limit. And each family will only accept 30 friends. As for strength, the higher the better. Those below the immortal ascension boundary won't be able to join in the fun." "Fuck, you old man, why didn't you say so earlier?" A wave of angry curses came from the crowd. The cultivator who was still observing was afraid that they would lose their position if they were too slow. All of them scrambled to be the first to rush over. The yellow-faced old man stroked his beard with an indescribable smile on his face. He was immensely proud of his trick. Each of the Seven Family Alliances sent a representative to stand at the front. Any cultivator who wanted to work with them could freely choose which sect they wanted to cooperate with. There were at least 2,000 people gathered in the 7 long lines. Yang Kai had arrived early and casually reported his name. Showing his disguised immortal ascension boundary 7-stage cultivation, he easily passed and was arranged to wait in another place. Time passed slowly as one cultivator after another arrived in front of the Seven Family Alliance's masters. Most of them were politely rejected because of their low cultivation, but there were many who, like Yang Kai, were accepted. In less than 2 hours, everyone had finished their inspection. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to look in that direction, a moment later grinning from ear to ear. What had helped him swallow that huge amount of energy was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained this soul-nourishing treasure, the old demon had said that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow to 6 colors, and eventually 7 colors. This process could be very long, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Once it reached 7 colors, the help that the soul-warming lotus could bring to a cultivator was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai had already obtained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual energy was so outstanding, far exceeding his physical strength, was mostly because of the soul-warming lotus. Therefore, he could understand how much help the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could bring him. The old demon had also said that although the growth of the soul-warming lotus was slow, it could be artificially accelerated. After harvesting it, one could often take some soul-nourishing pills or precious treasures to accelerate its growth. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of investment. After the cultivator took these pills, they would share the effects of the soul-warming lotus. Although the benefits obtained in the short term would be divided, in the following time, the soul-warming lotus would return those benefits back to the cultivator. Since the beginning, every time Yang Kai took a soul-nourishing pill, a lot of energy would be diverted to the soul-warming lotus. However, all of this was done silently, so Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to it. Now, when this unimaginable amount of energy poured into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus's effect was directly demonstrated. It frantically swallowed the energy, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least now, his knowledge sea was much more stable. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while controlling his knowledge sea to accommodate the excess energy. However, he was still struggling. The amount of energy was simply too huge, so much so that even Yang Kai was a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly used his spiritual energy and began to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. He had to constantly consume his spiritual energy to keep up with the current situation. The energy pouring in from the outside was divided into 2 general directions, most of which was absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, while the other was accommodated in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects on the 5-colored island also played a role. They lived by devouring this kind of energy, so now that such a situation had occurred, they were naturally happy to see it. After exhausting all his means, his knowledge sea gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the energy pouring in and consumption were basically balanced. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the Saint pill without understanding its function, almost making a fool of himself. Not paying any more attention to the situation in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai diverted his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the Saint pill through its medicinal efficacies. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen seemed to be hiding a small sun that was constantly emitting a huge amount of energy. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was stunned. He found that the Saint pill's medicinal efficacies were only being released a little, and compared to the total amount of energy stored inside it, it was no more than 1%. However, when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal efficacies were released, Yang Kai was able to see some traces that he had not been able to see before. The selection of the pill's materials, the control of the flame, what kind of spirit array was used during the refinement, the mood and technique of the alchemy grandmaster at the time, and all kinds of other things could be figured out. Vaguely, Yang Kai's thoughts followed the traces of the pill that had been refined countless years ago and entered a new world. In that new world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy were presented to him one by one. With a subtle mood, Yang Kai was intoxicated, imprinting every detail into his divine sense, allowing his understanding of alchemy to rise to a new level. Gathering all these traces together and gradually reconstructing the situation at that time, Yang Kai seemed to see the scene of the Saint pill's initial formation, covered by the pill cloud, appearing in front of him. Chapter 759. Back in the archipelago, in the palace where 9 heavens holy land resided, Qian Ning once again met with the saintess and proposed that they continue on their journey. Since the saintess returned, he had already proposed twice, but each time he was refused by Ling. This time was no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although the status of the saintess in the Holy Land was higher than his, he had followed Ling out this time not only to ensure her safety but also to lead the team forward. Young lady, finding the Holy Master is your task. You shouldn't remain here, no matter what your reason is. I know. Ling frowned, her pretty face slightly pale, but I don't know why. These days I've been feeling uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Something big? Qian Ning's expression changed slightly. What kind of big thing? Ling slowly shook her head and muttered, I don't know, I can't explain it. Qian Ning was stunned and stared at her suspiciously for a moment before slowly nodding. Since that's the case, we'll stay here for a while. When young lady has made up her mind, we'll leave. Looking at Qian Ning's departing back, Ling's forehead suddenly began to ooze large drops of sweat. What she said just now wasn't to deceive Qian Ning, she really did have such concerns. She didn't know why, but these days Ling had been having some bloody and unpleasant visions. She thought that this had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her soul brand, but after investigating it, she found that there was no connection between the two at all. Inside the secret chamber, Yang Kai spent a full 10 days in retreat before fully absorbing the efficacies of the Saint Pill. He had managed to pry into the mysteries of the formation of the Saint Pill and the mysteries of the Pill Cloud. Although it wasn't much, it was still a harvest, which made him very satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy had improved a lot. After the Saint Pill's efficacies were fully absorbed, Yang Kai felt as if his whole person had become somewhat different from before. His body was light. His knowledge sea was clear and his spiritual energy was undoubtedly much stronger than before, but there was also a strange feeling in his knowledge sea. As soon as this feeling appeared, it made it much easier for him to use his spiritual consciousness. Frowning, Yang Kai quickly immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and carefully examined it. His soul avatar had just manifested. Yang Kai was stunned. During this period of seclusion, he had been prying into the mysteries of the Pill Cloud. He didn't pay much attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. When he discovered the huge changes in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't believe it. It was only natural that the blazing seawater divine sense energy would become denser. The demon eye of annihilation and the soul battle hall were still floating in the air without any changes. The biggest change was the island formed by the multicolored soul-warming lotus. At this moment, the island was flickering with multicolored light. It was dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that the island, which should only have 5 colors, now had an additional color. It had turned into 6 colors. This additional color was a little fainter than the other 5 colors. But it was truly born. The multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed wildly. After obtaining the soul-warming lotus, he hadn't thought about it. In his lifetime, the soul-warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to the old demon, the process was too long. Chapter 763. Soon, Yang Kai followed the man out of the dungeon. After arriving outside, the man glanced back at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but after seeing Yang Kai's current state, his expression couldn't help changing as he pointed at him dumbfoundedly. Your body. Is there a problem? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Weren't you about to die? How come your body? Before, Yang Kai's body had lost a lot of flesh and blood and had even been pierced through, so his clansmen all thought that he would soon die. But now, he seemed to be completely unscathed, causing the man to be somewhat surprised and unable to accept this. My restorative ability is much better than the average person's. That's a bit too amazing. The man stared at Yang Kai with a look of distrust before suddenly shouting coldly, "Boy, do you have some kind of healing pill or medicine? If you do, quickly take it out so you don't suffer." "I don't have such a thing." Yang Kai shook his head indifferently. The man swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find traces of his universe bag, but in the end, he couldn't find anything, obviously a bit disappointed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Yang Kai aside and led him into a large hall. There were many people inside the hall, all of them with ruddy complexions and radiant auras. These people all exuded different levels of intensity, but all of them were clearly burning hot. Everyone here, whether male or female, old or young, actually cultivated yang attribute secret arts just like Yang Kai, and their cultivations weren't low either. The weakest among them was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, while several of them were transcendents. Inside the hall, more than a dozen people had gathered, led by an old man who exuded a powerful aura. This old man had a head of red hair and was radiating a dignified aura, giving him a youthful appearance. Beside the old man stood a young man with a square face. He wore a gray shirt. The faint yuan qi fluctuations coming from his body were also quite powerful. This young man. He should be a third-order transcendent. When Kai Yang arrived, this group of people seemed to be in the middle of discussing something. As soon as they saw him arrive, everyone cast surprised gazes towards him, no longer continuing the previous topic, instead showing a strong interest in him. "Leader, I've brought him here." The person who led Yang Kai here cupped his fist and said. The old man sitting at the head of the table nodded lightly and waved his hand. The man respectfully withdrew, but before leaving he gave Yang Kai a warning glare, hinting that he'd better behave himself. "Yifeng, this is the human you captured?" The old man stroked his beard and nodded, his deep eyes looking at Yang Kai. As he spoke, Yang Kai clearly felt a burning aura seeping into his body, inspecting him from the inside out. "Yes, leader," the young man standing to the side quickly responded, looking at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Didn't you say this human was about to die? How come he's standing here now?" The old man asked again. Yifeng scratched his head and frowned. "I don't know. When I captured him, he really looked like he was about to die. I thought he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Hey, little brat. What's going on with you?" Yang Kai looked at him, then at the old man, frowning. "From the tone of your voice, it seems you're not human? Only creatures of other races would refer to humans as such." "Impudence." Yifeng's expression became cold. "Answer whatever I ask, you have no right to speak here." Saying so, he waved his hand and a burst of energy shot out from his hand, striking Yang Kai like a whip. With a bang, a bloody mark appeared on Yang Kai's body. With his yuan qi sealed, he couldn't resist such an attack. Saying so, he turned to Yifeng and said, "Go investigate the place where you found them, see if there is another entrance. If you find one, destroy it immediately." Yifeng was about to agree when Yang Kai cut him off. "There's no need to investigate, I destroyed that void corridor before we arrived." "Just because you say so?" Yifeng glanced over at Yang Kai contemptuously before quickly leaving, apparently taking his people to investigate the situation in the forest. After he left, the old man continued, "Do you cultivate a yang attribute secret art?" Yang Kai nodded. The old man chuckled. "There aren't many humans who cultivate a yang attribute secret art, but looking at you, it seems your secret art isn't bad, right?" Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold, thinking that the old man was interested in his true Yang's secret art, but the old man didn't seem to have any intention of asking, instead just saying, "But even if it is a good secret art, it is still far worse than ours." The old man spoke as if it was a matter of fact, while the others also wore proud looks, as if they all thought Yang Kai's secret art was trash. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "You all seem to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. What race are you, and where is this place?" The old man stroked his beard and muttered, "We can be considered humans, but we also aren't." Yang Kai frowned, listening to the old man's words in confusion. "Our ancestors were humans, but our generation has become somewhat different from them," the old man lightly said, not explaining further. The old man said lightly, not explaining too much, "This is where we have always lived. You outsiders should call it a mysterious small world. I saw a lot of people imprisoned in that dungeon. Those should be members of the demon race, right? What kind of hatred do you have with the demon race? Little brat, you really have a lot of questions. It seems you aren't afraid of death." The old man glanced at him coldly, but then grit his teeth and said, "The hatred between us and the demon race is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, we will eradicate all the demon race. As for you, I won't kill you for the time being. Your body looks a bit different from the rest. It should be of great use." Saying so, he swept a malicious look towards Yang Kai and waved his hand, "Take him away." A person immediately rushed out from the side and took Yang Kai away. After he left, the people in the hall began to talk at once. "Leader, that little brat's physique is extraordinarily good, and what's more is that he cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. If he can be transformed into nutrients for the divine tree, I'm afraid the divine tree will be stable for a while. The divine tree has become more and more unstable recently. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't have a place to shelter ourselves. Capturing those demon race isn't a long-term solution. What we need to do now is find a way to solve the problem of the divine tree. If the divine tree is gone, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a catastrophe." "Shut up!" the old man shouted. "Do you think this old master doesn't want to solve this problem? It's just that I haven't been able to find the root cause, so how can I solve it?" Hearing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. After a while, the old man ordered again, "Su Qiu, you go and tell our clansmen to take good care of that little brat, give him the best food, lift the seal on his body, and send him a fruit from the divine tree. I want him to recover his peak strength as soon as possible." "Yes." The master named Su Qiu quickly got up and walked out. Hearing this, everyone's spirits shook, knowing that their leader was making plans for the near future, so they couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Yang Kai didn't mind and even shared the food with him. After more than 10 days of getting along, Go Che was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he hadn't reached the point of calling Yang Kai a brother yet, his attitude had become much better. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that this rascal would always try to instigate him to take care of Enling. Every time this happened, Enling would blush and stare at Yang Kai with a weak expression. Being imprisoned here, they were constantly on edge, never knowing when they would lose their lives. This group of unscrupulous demon race people naturally wanted to have some fun. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had felt 2 unstable Yang attribute energy fluctuations, most likely caused by the divine tree. Without exception, both times, a member of the demon race was captured and never returned. As the days passed, the number of demon race prisoners in the prison grew fewer and fewer, causing everyone's mood to gradually become heavy. The day of their deaths was not far away. Everyone was aware of this problem. The atmosphere was very dignified. Only Yang Kai and Go Che seemed indifferent, one seemingly not worried at all while the other seemed to have completely disregarded life and death. During his free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, not letting go of any opportunity to improve his strength. He knew that the day he was captured would be the day he had to give it his all. In this mysterious small world, whether he could survive or not depended on a little bit of accumulation and hard work. Yang Kai didn't put anyone below the saint realm in his eyes, so if he was provoked, he would release his soul-devouring insects and cause this entire mysterious small world to become a living hell. Presumably, the Sun Clan's elders wouldn't be able to accept such consequences and would use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with their masters. So, Yang Kai didn't show any panic. This was his trump card, one he wasn't prepared to reveal until the last moment. A month passed, 2 months passed, basically every 5 days someone would be captured, and as time passed, Yang Kai felt that the frequency of the divine tree's instability seemed to be increasing. There were only a few people left in the dungeon. In addition to Yang Kai and Enling, there was only Go Che and the 2 remaining people in his cell. Next time, it would be their turn. This feeling of their lives hanging by a thread made everyone panic, even Go Che somewhat unable to remain calm. One day, while drinking with Yang Kai, Go Che suddenly asked, "Friend, I can see that you're a man. If death really comes your way, won't you resist? Do you think I have a chance to resist?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "They didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, so your chances are better than mine. If that's the case, I certainly won't just sit still and wait for death. Good, when the time comes, Father will help you. If you can really escape, please go to my father and tell him about the situation here so he can avenge me." Saying so, Go Che's expression became fierce. Let them know that the people of the demon race are not to be trifled with. Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, faintly feeling that this rascal should still be hiding some means so he wouldn't be so powerless to resist when he was captured. However, this rascal's means should be limited. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he didn't think he had any hope of escaping. With his help, perhaps there really is a chance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Just as he was speaking though, a chaotic fluctuation appeared in the air. Yang Kai, Go Che and Enling's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as they glanced at each other. "It's here." Go Che took a deep breath and quickly said, "The divine tree had once again become unstable.